All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. I will do a research into how we can fix your character in just a moment. Unless you do it on your side. Okay. Yeah, but you logging off means I have to reset the save. I, I'm gonna be honest, it probably already saved, but I can go back to a previous save. So it's not a big deal. Let me know when you've exited. And I'm being messaged. So we're having technical difficulties right now. Our save is broken. We don't know what actually is the cause of that. Yeah. It's also highly possible that we may have to do a restart because it's been so long. Because chat, just for reference, we haven't played this save in like 3 months. It's not like Space Engineers where you could just instantly like kill yourself and respawn at a respawn point. I'm gonna load an earlier save. Oh my god, my save file is so large I can't read the actual time. 2100. I gotta see which one this is. 415. I'm gonna try 440. Or 415, 1840, which is $8 o'clock. All right, you're free to try. Oh, you're inside on this one. If you fall through the planet this time, we're gonna start from scratch. Okay. Well, that fixes that. Which means that after every turn, we're definitely gonna have to make sure everybody's inside. Okay, now to get ourselves reacquainted with this world, because we have no fucking clue what's going on. You gonna, I gotta see what's in my backpack first. Yeah, and I think you just locked me in here. Yeah, you have. The door, the keypads are locked. I know, it's a pain in the ass.
Filter low.
All right, I just managed to remember that we are not in creative mode, which means these three are going to need to be babysat if we don't. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this door lock issue without depressurizing the base. Yeah. And I gotta see if I can find the remote card, because if I can't, then I can't reset the data. Which means somebody in their infinite wisdom has it, and I don't. Data card. Nope, no data card. Fudge. Alright, breathing problems. Fix that first. Yeah. Because I think I can reset the terminal, but I don't know how long it's going to be before it breaks again, basically. Thank you. Alright. So we're gonna reset the data on this card. If you don't know how to do this, you can kind of follow along. I'll teach you how. I gotta find my crowbar. So you're gonna take the panel off. You're gonna grab the card. You're gonna pop it down. And then you're gonna use the screwdriver to clear the data on the cartridge. It's actually fairly simple. And it's one of the remote fixes that most people can do almost easily. Okay. So now we reset up our data console like we had it before. And I'm gonna use 0 for my error escapades. And then we're gonna go interior, sensor, exterior. Why are the vents named doors? The airlock is fixed. However, I've discovered an issue, and now it's going to peeve me, so now I need to change some names. I'm not too sure that's why the console messed up, actually. Okay. Turn that off because that sound is freaking annoying. Okay. I think Crimson had a chip set up in the atmospheric system. not entirely sure what we're doing with that. I hope that all of our peoples gets on. John was saying he might not be available for Tuesday, so I don't know. Crimson though, Crimson and Space Builder should be popping in though. I'm actually gonna close that and change my camera view. Nope. There we go. So I don't have so many freaking whatchamacallits open. I already have a lot of windows anyway. Because I have the 3 different chats. And then I have Discord, Ninja, Steam. Steam can go. Don't need Steam to actually play the Steam game. Not fully closed down, just minimizing. OBS is fine. MSF. Are you creaking? Oh. Yeah, let me come out there and help you because I don't know what to do in there right now. Yeah. I'm gonna guess it's nitrous oxide. Okay, so you need to, if I remember the conversation correctly from last time, and this is what we had discussed, you need to filter out the nitrogen while keeping the NO2 in. Hello, Storm. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah.
Power critical.
Yeah. Well, there's two ways you can do it. If you want to save that nitrogen, which is not honestly a bad idea, force your filtered gas to a tank, and then recycle your NO2 back into your main line. Eventually it will get all that NO2 or that nitrogen out. It's just gonna take some time. This is like a double take, because we've already had shit happen in this world, and now we get to come back to it and go, okay, now we know what to do, so let's do it this way instead of the other way. And by the way, I removed that vent because we talked about the tank. Although, if you absolutely need it, I'll just put it in a... So... Gotta think here. What am I going to do besides helicopter parent you into atmospherics? I know it's not actually that, but because Crimson took over my air filtration system, so, and I really don't know enough about that code to actually backpedal and like figure out what I need to change in that code to like actually get it to where it needs to work. So, trying to think here. My other option is to completely rebuild that system and use my HVAC system that I usually use. Which, my HVAC system is like 10 times larger than what we've got out there right now. Well, you've seen my HVAC system. So, but yeah. It wasn't too terrible today. I decided that we were going to go live at our normal time. This means that our end time will be at 11:30. So, still plenty of time to get stuff done. Still plenty of time for Crimson and Space Builder to log in. But for now, it's just going to be me and Ixon. And that's all she wrote. Until, unless John chimes in and says he's, like, available to play. So. We need some robot charging systems so that I can, like, put you two on chargers if you ever, like, fall unconscious. But I think the thing right now, where are we up on our printers? We might have the robot charging system. Yeah. Oh, my battery ran out. I think when this storm's finished, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start replacing this place with steel. I'm going to start revamping it into our actual factory network. And that means our ingots will finally be processable. Or not processable, but will drop into the auto filling systems. At least that's the plan. Now remember, class, what is the first rule of playing with rockets? There are a number of rules. The first and the most important rule is don't let your gas explode. That also applies to the furnace and any thermonuclear reaction, really. And that is the name of the game in Stationeers. This is an atmospheric simulator, so we get to play with thermonuclear. Without the nuclear part, because we don't have uranium. Well, until then, until the rocket hits its target, then I can explode. Yeah. But right now we're not even into the rocket production because the rocket production is like insane. And we have to build the rocket. Not at the moment. The gas tanks can take a lot more strain than the pipes can. All right, they won't immediately explode. The other thing that you have going on is the NO2 is being compressed by your nitrogen. Once you relieve it of that nitrogen, it'll go back into gaseous form. Yeah. So your nitrogen isn't technically the problem. Now, if you super cool your nitrogen, which you can totally do, then you'll need a liquid tank. Because it's that whole situation of temperature versus pressure. I'm about to hurt your brain, but because I believe the equation that you need to follow, you don't actually need to follow it, but you get the logistics of it in the back end. It's P equals nRT plus something else. Or P divided by, or P multiplied by temperature, P multiplied by T equals nRT or something like that. It's a whole jargon of math. Okay, we're doing math here, just with chemistry. Yeah. Because it's the same it's also the same equation that you're using with the furnace. So So but yeah, for the temporary, what you can do, put a put a pressure regulator and a gas tank fill on there, and we can use it as jetpack fuel. The nitrogen, since our canisters are natively nitrogen anyway. So ow, I think my neck is broken. Not really broken, but it hurts when I look a certain direction. Also, my avatar has decided that I am always to be looking left now. So I'm going to fix that real quick. All right, guys, you're going to see a little bit of behind the scenes magic here. I got to fix my avatar real quick. Apparently when I did the restructuring of devices here, it caused me to have an issue. So you're going to see a green screen. Get a large warm towel and rotate the back of your head. Probably. I'm not gonna do it right now. And that should fix that. Nope, I broke it even further. It help relax and loosen the muscles that are sore from and knotted up. Yeah. There we go. That should be better. All right. Free cam and then transparent window. Sorry about the green screen, guys. I had to fix it. It was going to bug me either way. Thank you for that insightful info, Darth. I didn't know that you could do that. Yeah. Okay. Back to the game. So I'm gonna create a couple of sleepers and see if I can't make a couple of robot sleepers. Basically. I need some gold. Did you mean to create like 14 cartridges? There's like 3 or 4 cartridges on the... It's fine. I mean, we can use them, so... It's not a big deal. It's just like, I wasn't expecting to find that many. Okay, I've got 2 of those being crafted right now. Do you need some black paint for that tank? I just figured I'd ask because I'm right here in the printing room. In fact, I might go ahead and do that now while you're... black paint, where are you? There we are. I got that on standby. Filtered. Your filtered output gets put into the purple pipe. This side. This side is your filtered output. Yep. And with the hey, Creative Luck. Sorry, it's been so long. I've missed everybody. I really have. Me and Nixon talked about it like for a while. When the last stream. I'm gonna get you started filtrating here because there's liquid happening in that pipe. Yeah, it has been a while. The last time we saw each other was about 2 months ago. I'm gonna leave this paint inside for you. But now you have black paint, so... And I've already gone ahead and painted your lines. Yeah. That was caused by Tornado Alley shenanigans. It was out of my control. There was nothing I could do. Because every time I attempted to stream, that tornado would drop. Like, there were a couple of nights I had gotten everything set down, and then here comes the freaking tornado warning. And it's like, frack. Oh, I wish. But yeah, I mean, like, it's okay. It gave me time to like actually think about the future of the streams and stuff. So, for those who are coming in and don't actually know what's going on, I started multi-streaming. We are on both. We are on 3 platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Twitch, and we are on Kick. Okay. This is to kind of broaden my horizons, kind of get my name out there, and see what happens. So, I've got a whole slew of things that are new within the stream. Obviously, you guys know about the multi-streaming or the multi-viewing or what we call multi-boxing. But one of the things that I have been doing in the background is I've been prepping for this so that I could communicate with all three of y'all. So, and if you are ever curious where you can find those links, how do you do that? Okay, first, clarification. Multi-streaming or multi-boxing? Because the multi-boxing is actually fairly simple. The multi-streaming, on the other hand, is a little bit more complicated. And feel free to ask questions. Like, I'm here for y'all guys' benefit. Yeah, you want both, yeah. Okay, so the stream, okay. So stream is ran through Atom Multi-Streaming. It is a plugin created by Harris Heller and some dev teams, or by the dev teams of Atom. So they're the ones providing the multi-stream content. Okay. The multi-view is ran through another program that we use here called Ninja. All right. It's more or less like Discord video call, but with the direct compatibility to OBS. So now you kind of give you an idea of what we're running here. So if I switch, I don't know if I could actually. The Twitch play screen is up. My intermission screen is up. Is my stream screen? Oh, I could use that. Display capture. Device is not connected. I'm not going to show you guys. That's HP. That is my current display. Okay, so this is what we kind of infinite view here. So over here is the Atom multi-streaming. They're both free. They're both free. You can pick them up at no extra cost. So the Atom multi-streaming here allows for built-in Kick, YouTube, and Twitch integrations, as well as some other platforms like YouTube Shorts and Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, that kind of stuff. So you now have with Atom, you have that kind of multi-compatibility. So that's what we got on the main screen here. You guys can also see my avatar here. So you guys are quite literally looking at what I got going on over here. And on this display over here, I have the chats. Obviously, there's nothing going on, but I can't have that up for too long or Twitch will get mad. So. And then, of course, you have all of the different scenes that I use for multi-boxing. So. And if I go into, what is it? Stream elements, live support, blah, blah, blah. Scene collection. Nope. Docs. View. Multi-view. Let's go here. So these are the active scenes that I have. All right. You can see Ixon's there, my multi-view. There's John's. And then there's my main screen that I will use when everybody connects. So Collective doesn't have anybody but Ixon on it. And then my start screen, of course. So, yeah. It's relatively simple to set up, and I'll switch back to my original display here. But now you have the option to do that, and then the multi-view is kind of self-explanatory. You use Ninja, and then you set up your browser displays to do it. I can actually show that with Ixen. I'm gonna try to keep Ixen's display info from being leaked here. Nope, that is my collective display. So stream 2, properties, and then I go. Let's add a current browser tab here. Display source. You guys get to see what I get to do behind. I gotta figure out which one you are. Add existing. I think you're on 2. You are not on 2. Remove. So I add browser source. Boom. You know what? I think my browser sources are my first 3 browser sources are alerts and stuff. So are you on 4? You are not on 4. So best to have a second monitor. I have 3. But however, like you can make it work with 2. You can make it work with 2. Add existing. You are not on 3. Oh, did we run out of ores? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So I go I'll click on his display and I'll go to properties here without trying to show you the link here. But it tells me the info and stuff. That link will most likely change. We might have to do a refresh on your link. Actually, in fairness, this might be a good reason why your links are refreshing. So you add it as a browser source, you add in the data, and then you move on. So. All right. And then we just delete that because I don't need it here. All right. I've got ones. Yeah. No. I've got 3 right now, and I want to get more. I want to have more for the different types of displays that I deal with, or the different types of programs that I use. Like I would like to have one for my avatar, but that's not lucky. So conveniently, Ixen, even though I leaked your link, the likely chance of anybody actually being able to use that link is very slim. So. And well, I guess the good thing for the refresh on your link is now we won't have issues with that. But 100-inch flat screen and mounted to the ceiling. So I can't do that. I live in a trailer. I live in an RV. I wish I could. Don't get me wrong. 100-inch TV would be fucking amazing because I could set up multiple different fronts on there. But I doubt anybody's going to actually see that link, so I'm not worried about it. Okay. But yeah, so like getting multiple displays and whatnot, I can't believe that the ores are bugged for you again. And John. Oh no. Are we gonna actually have to restart because I don't know if the mods may have fucked up the start or the saved? Yeah. Is multiplayer pretty known to have some lag? I I mean Crimson can play it, and Crimson connects from like Australia. So it's not too bad on the lag front. I think he puts up with it because we all want to play together, but I don't think I've ever heard him complain about lag. Yeah. For Stationeers, the netcode isn't too bad. There are we have had issues with the netcode, but it's not. It had nothing to do with lag. Like, uh, yeah, yeah. Um, I've got a coal node right next to the base. It's got nickel and copper. It looks like right here. Yeah. I think it might be a desync error. We may have to go and do a full restart. Yeah. Yeah, and in Stationeers, I'm typically a homebody, so I don't generally move. Had to reload a game because the gold he tried putting in the furnace disappeared and was found on a different floor. Yeah, that's the issue that we're having is ores are desyncing, and the constant desync issue where everybody gets like discomposed from their body if they die. That's been an issue, and in order to fix that, it forces us to reload. And if somebody disconnects, I have to restart the game. That's the top 3 issues that has really been plaguing us. Because I don't, and Ixon can chime in if he thinks I'm wrong or anything. I don't think I've ever heard Crimson complain about lag. Yeah. 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 Reset his game, not world. So I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to just restart because of the issues that we're having. Yeah. Yeah, but that it is it is an inconvenience. And I'd rather not have inconveniences. That's true. Um well, this is I know the other reason why I want to throw it out there is because I added mods to my game, and that might be what's causing the issues. Even though I've uninstalled them, there might be leftover data. It is a common thing that I have to deal with fucking Skyrim. I'll let them know because they thought it was due to internet speeds. No, it's not always due to internet speeds. Like, internet speed is good thing when it comes to this game, but it's honestly whether or not like the game accepts that kind of thing. So most of it is netcode. And the rather unfortunate thing is I think we're also suffering from a netcode issue because something's not updating. Because you've never had this problem before. Yeah. 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 Now, this is what I was about to actually suggest to you. Rather than going out and mining, why don't we set up some drills? Because we know if we set up the drills, you never have to touch mining again. The problem is that was the coal. Yeah. Oh no, I don't disagree. Like, we definitely need the smelter up. What'd you do? Oh. All right. Somehow I pulled my other tool belt into my inventory. Okay. Grab. Was that another one? Well, nitrogen's also a very cold gas. Or nitrous oxide. Comparative to, like, nitrogen or oxygen. I don't know why your pipes are freezing anyway, because, crap. My damn tablet ran out of power because I left it on. I'll borrow a large battery for now, and always replace it. I have to replace my battery in my suit anyway, so. You probably no longer have nitrice, which is gonna suck. Okay, go make yourself a pipe heater. You're gonna have to drive up the temperature in that line. Luckily, it's not like in the negative hundreds. It's only... I got it. If you're talking about the one leading to the ice crusher, I got it. Yeah, I pulled that. They were already cracked. Yep. That's going to be in the hydraulic pipe bender. I don't think we got sent with one. Check, yeah. No, I don't disagree. All right. Grab a couple of robot sleepers so I can stuff Ixon in one if I ever need to. And John. Robot. No disassemble, no disassemble. Wonder if chat knows that movie. I know you do. That was not a question of your integrity. Oh, look at who decided to pop in. It's the space builder. Well, I was planning up to show up later. No, you're here now. Get your butt in here. Ended up taking a nap. That's fair. You're not allowed to take naps. Sleep is for the weak. I will be soon. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, what do I need? Steel sheets.
Power critical.
My power is critical. No, it's on. I gotta turn it on to off. All right. Ba-da-ba-ba. Did you see any steel sheets out there by any chance? Or were you not looking? Well, I got the one in the cupboard, so I'm gonna steal that still sheet off of you. Power. Oop. Was that you? Okay. It's on. Okay, your stress is going down. According to what my tablet is saying. Because we're raising the temperature ever so slowly and putting that NO2 back into gaseous form. NO2 is very temperamental. The good news is NO2 is also not volatile unless it interacts with volatiles. Once you get that connected, I'll pop it on. So that should cycle through now, and you might accidentally make liquid nitrogen. Once this is empty, you can go ahead and push nitrous back through your system, and that will fix some of the issues. In fact, you could do it now, and that would raise the temperature. As long as the mixer's off, it doesn't matter. So, all right, you just got about all of your nitrice or nitrous oxide completely melted. Once we've got the availability to might put on this system a temperature reader or an analyzer at some point and automate the system so that you don't there goes our power. So that you won't have to turn that heater on every so often. Bum 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 bum. If I put it there, and I need some heavy cable. Oh, no, if we got any stored. Oh no. Just trying to put another wind turbine up. I have no more heavy cable. Yeah. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Did you check the till printer to see if we had any in there? Okay. Only need a couple of these. My list is the same. I haven't added anything new. I took away mods for my own playthroughs, but it should be the same. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 ba. All right, we got a third wind turbine up, so hello. Oh, crap. The pun master is back. Be warned, I don't know what the cause of the issue is this time, but all of the ores are mixed up again. So... Well, if you would quit having sex behind the barn, it'd all work itself out. For those who don't understand, we don't have a barn. No. I'm gonna clarify it. It's a STD. It's a fucking STD at this point. I got a couple of robot chargers just in case somebody goes down. No. I need that steel plate, by the way.
Filter low.
Oh, this is gonna be painful. You know what? Wait a minute. I'm gonna do us a favor, and I'm gonna see if I can get some arc welders. You did check all of your systems before you ran out that door, right? Embark, Constantine. Steel. I told you. Me and my buddies decided to see what our different playstyles look like, so we're making our own bases on Europa. Good luck with that. Uh, ex, Space Builder, you want an arc welder? Okay. Ixon, you want an arc welder? Okay. Should be coming out in just a minute. Alright, Space Builder. And check it at your face. It's in the doorway. Alright. Now I'm gonna go check this at Exton's face. Take your... Damn it! I hit John. It's behind John. I believe we're on day 5. We're on day 21. So, no, I read that wrong. I'm sorry. 67. Wow, that's a big fucking difference from what I said the first time. No, it's been 21 days. Yeah, well, if it works fine for us, so you'll just have to make sure you don't get stuck behind the airlock. Yeah, I know, it sucks. But I already fixed it once. I don't know what's causing that issue, I'm gonna be honest. I've already threatened that if we discover any more bugs, we're probably gonna be restarting, because I'm not sure what's causing them right now. No. Because everything for this save was loaded first. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I figure it's much like Skyrim, where there's leftover data in the game files. Okay, so the charging stations are now active. I'm not worried about people capsules yet. Of course, Crimson's got his helmet closed right now, but I'm not sure whose tablet that is. Oh, I forgot you went white this time. Or you left your color scheme the normal. Well, yeah, unless mine's not painted. Because normally I choose my blue. Do me a favor, shine your light on me. No, I'm not painted either. Crimson's the only one painted. And, well, of course, and the robots already come with their own skin, so they don't count. I guess we'll have to remedy that here in a little bit. Okay, so I was looking to set up some auto miners. Do you want to do a little bit of research to see what we need to get one of the at least one drill up? Because the research is kind of like something you really look into. Yeah, and because I know we're gonna need a deep miner. Because I know we're gonna need a centrifuge, and I know we're gonna need at least one drill. Yep, I'll swap it over to mine as soon. We're having an issue with Ixon's thing, by the way. Get out of here. Go away. Yeah, do you have your mod icons showing on chat? So, we need Electrum, Invar, and Constantan. I think we have all of this. It should be all in the tool printer. Iron, steel, Electrum, Invar. Do we have Constantan? Yes, we do. Fuck yes. I can make a couple of deep drills, then we won't have to worry about mining. Electrum. That's solder. Alright, Ixon, you're the miner. How many do you think we need? Would have been crazy. Would have been day 367, but I think he had up to 6. Yeah. Centrifuge. Okay. I think we might do it that way. We might go ahead and create 2 of these deep miners and get them started, and then build a centrifuge, and then probably see if we can't pipe that to the main factory, because we're gonna have to like redo a lot of this, and I think it might be even a possibility that we might have to look into a sorting system. You okay, Exit? You sounded defeated there for a second, so I was like, what's going on with him? Yeah. Shut up. Let him speak.
Power low.
It's one of them. You're going after the hard suit materials, at least from what I recall. All right, I got a deep miner ready to go. This is the wrong room to enter. Fudge. Okay, I sees you. I'm thinking, what do you think? Well, you can look at my display, can't you? What do you think? Right here, Ixon? Right here on this northern corner where we don't actually have anything built yet? Okay. I've got 2 of these coming out, and then I might extend the base a little bit to like give us some shelter so we're not having to fight the winds. Yeah. That's the plan. Yeah. Oh. Keep that reagent though. Cause when... Yeah. Yeah.
Low pressure.
Yep. Oh, okay. You pretty much have it all right now. You just need to get it back up to temperature. So I'm gonna put that right there, and then we'll have that set up to do that. And I think I might be able to cover the deep miners so we can have them materialized so we won't have to worry about storms coming in and blowing our shit away. Why you say that? Yeah, he died the last, or at least I think he died. Yeah. No, he most likely died on server. Because I think it was during that time that we were questioning what do robot skulls look like. We're also in creative mode right now. But unlike yeah. But unlike in Space Engineers, creative mode doesn't actually give us like creativity mode. You have to have a tool for that. Yeah. Yeah, we're just not touching the spawn menu. It does make it a little bit easier on us to not have to worry about that while everybody's offline. But it also sucks I didn't want to in the Mars run, but the other two did. Fair enough. You take it in strides. You do what you got to do, and then go from there. Yep. You let him die, and then you continue the playthrough. If you're happy with continuing, then there's no other reason. Yep. Although, I think in that particular instance, everybody is identified as a new character at that point. So, they'll start over from scratch. And then you keep their extra supplies and tools for yourself just in case you lose the tools. Like if John never has the ability to return, then we'll just take his stuff. Yeah, I was about to say, were you going to try to finish that sentence today, or what was going on with that? Be warned, the wall is out on this side, but we should have a few days before the storms kick back up. I'm gonna try to get us some... Did you drop coal? Yes, you did. I'm gonna split this half because we're actually working right now. And we need actually quite a bit of power. Oh, yeah, gotcha. There you go. Yeah, if you ever need to get out of that room, just let us know. Pop out the data disk and hit it with a screwdriver. It'll clear the data and reset the console. I don't know why, but it works. Yeah, you gotta pop out the glass. Okay. Now grab it, put it on the floor, and then use your screwdriver. You may have to you may have to put your crowbar away. Oh, explosions. A clean furnace. I guess on a good note, I guess the good thing is we're not playing with the terraforming mod, so it doesn't actually matter. Yay! I can force things through holes. That sounded wrong. I'm gonna make you a can of worms. Bum. I've left us enough space to expand that addition that I'd done. So we could go out either left or right. I freaking love this playlist. Did you need something, Space Builder? Did that fix the door for you? Cool. Ah! More than likely. Oh, by the way, you can keep that data disk. Yeah. No, you can keep it because Ixon made like 5 others. He didn't do it on purpose. Oh shit, we got like 90 freaking plastic sheets in the cupboard. Yes, let's go. That'll make my life so much easier. Woo! Now we can make hard suits. Actually, you might look into the ingredients list on that. Because by technicality, because we're not on an ultra cold planet, you don't need it. And neither does John. But we're gonna need at least 3, or we're gonna need at least enough to make 3 sets of suits. Or 3 sets. Okay. But also you also gotta figure out what else you're missing for those too. So. Inconel or Hastelor. I think right now the greenhouse is self-sufficient, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking if you want to set up some plants over under the sunlight, go for it. You'll need to make some more water pipes, but that's about it. If you want busy work, that's one way to do it. I thought if you didn't make Inconel yet, because I'm not seeing it, and I didn't see it in any of the printers. Okay. So, does this, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, like, you have to kind of suggest stuff to everybody in order to keep everybody on task. Like, right now, I'm working on, the deep mine section of our base. So, but I definitely get it from that standpoint. It's like, well, who's doing what? So I know what I can work on. Yeah. now it yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. At least for the in-game tutorial. The one that you follow for starting a new game. I do not, but I kind of know. Yeah, I pressed the F2 button to hide it, so I didn't have to look at it because I kind of know what I'm doing now. So, but I can understand it from a point of view of like you are Ixen, where you may not have as many hours playing with certain systems. It's not useful. It's not really that useful in this current scenario. I think Ixen's turned his off too. Yeah, the F2 button. You may have turned it off by accident. It's just quick tapping the F2 button again to activate it. At least as far as I'm aware. Either that or it's a settings menu. Where you can re-enable it. I'm gonna start replacing the outside panels or the outside flooring with steel. I know it's not mandatory, but because we don't have the raging pressures like we would have on like Venus. Yeah. The frames are the frames are fine. The walls are the caveat. Yes, it is. And you can get a lot more of it in the process. So, I got the drills up. I've got to get, yeah, no, that's fine. Do what you got to do. Is there glass sheets in there by any chance, Space Builder? Because I'm not seeing it in these outside. Okay. Can you send it through the door, please? That'll work. Oh, I hate doing glass at night because I can't tell which one's fucking glassed or not. Probably. There's coal in the locker. Yeah, just reset the generator and it should be fine. No. In fairness, there's a pipe heater that is currently on the base that's eating more power than they're actually putting in, so it kind of makes up for it. I can't. Oh shit. Yeah. 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 I don't disagree. I'm not. Yeah. We're not on Venus or Vulcan where it's not prevalent to use, or it's more prevalent to use coal for furnacing for steel and stuff and selling it off. Yeah. No, I understand that. But but also we're also in a phase of getting power generation up and everything and getting pretty much the shell of our base outfitted. I don't think I can. I think I'll have to go out to the outside to get those. Unfortunately, and I hate to point this out the way it is, but with Stationeers, efficiency comes with time. The more advanced we get, the better the efficiency kind of thing goes. It's all evolution is what it is. So, yep. Well, that's also like the same could be applied to space engineers. Yes. Yeah, you don't have to be efficient, but efficiency does come with its own set of rules too. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a different type of efficiency. That is production efficiency. Uh, but like, okay, for instance, space engineers, we run with a couple of mods that kind of hinder the the start in a more difficult survival scenario.
Filter low.
Efficiency is key for that type of thing, like Survival Impossible, for instance. We have to get food, we have to get oxygen, we have to get water, we have to get everything kind of first before we start working on base stuff. But we also need stone to produce those materials, so it's kind of like self-fighting on what we want to actually work on. Trying to put some of this stuff away. Okay. Yeah. Consolidating some of those would also be a good idea. Okay. For the hard suit itself, it is still an asteroid. We can already make that. For the helmet, it is the same. And for the backpack, it is waspaloy that we're missing. Inconel is for the sensor goggles. But I understand your need for Inconel. It makes mining so much easier. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hasteloid does not need to be thought of until we're like ready for Larry's, really. Which I still want to play with, but kind of right now it's like full steam ahead on production stuff. And like that efficiency with mining. Rather than focusing on the sensor lenses, I'm focusing on the ability to self-produce at base. That should be good enough. Pop that off. And pop that off. Okay. Technically, the deep mining room is sealed in. I gotta do the floor, but technically it is sealed in. I gotta put this in here. I'm sorry, Ixon. We're making a mess of your storage units. Although if you wanted to start, once you've got yourself comfortable on ingots, if you wanted to start reorganization, I wouldn't be opposed. I think that's the big caveat, is like figuring out what we actually need to do versus what is optional at this point. Like, I do agree with Space Builder. We probably should be thinking about plants given what happened on Venus. Yeah. Well, I think we're pretty efficient with at least 3 people online right now, and 4 if anybody else joins, and if John's able to join. You want to finish? Ah. Yeah. You could also, if you wanted to go as far and get batteries set up, you could probably make station batteries now, with us having Astroloy, and disregarding the little station batteries and setting up a script to basically run when it's depleted. In fact, that might be even more efficient than what you're trying to do right now. What'd you say, Ixon? Nice. No, that's fair. Um... You don't have to do it up top. If you wanted to, or... Right now, we only need one. And if you set up your code correctly, that's provided I don't already have a code in my backpack that already has a set batch function or a set load. Oh, let me take a look. Yeah, it's the difficult one. So for Waspaloy, it is 8 grams per backpack, so about 30 would do it. That's fair. Yeah, we've got power right now, and the solar panels are taking in charge, so. Yeah. 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 Okay, so we're getting the room here finished. Well, and now it actually might be worth looking at some sort of power generation, given that we're using arc welders now over the traditional. However, a point could be made. We could be using our traditional welders outside and our arc welders inside. I need more iron sheets. Actually, no, I'm not going to go iron sheets. I'm going to pull this floor up. Things might get a little strange with floating objects for a minute. Figured I'd warn people. How many seeds do we have? Okay. Yeah, do 2 potatoes and do 2 tomatoes. Okay, then just do the potatoes for now. Hey, let me up. I'm stuck in your pocket. Spin. Sorta. If you quit stuffing me in your damn pocket, Zixon. We've inflated your pocket dimension by like 10 new units. Is that how Satisfactory does it? Is like, we've inflated your pocket dimension. And you're going, oh yay, 5 more slots to stuff all my garbage in. Yeah. So, I kind of threw this at Ixon a couple of days ago. I'm looking at Astroneer as a yeah. Well, that's another reason why I was thinking of like pulling people in. But I was curious to see what you thought about the game. Uh, we're out of power. Won't matter anyway. It shut off what I needed to shut off. Well, I know you haven't played it. Obviously, that is the. Uh, I, Sometimes I wonder if you're actually listening to the conversation. I was asking about your thoughts of maybe all of us getting the game and playing it together. That's why I'm saying anything, like, because we haven't officially made a decision. This gives you time to go look at it and see if it's for you. It is a survival crafting game, which we seem to play a lot of. So it's like right up our alley. Oh, and did I mention it's like on sale right now on Steam? I've already got Ixon. I know that for a fact. Any game that I play, he's down to play. Also, cute space game, question mark? I would say it's even cuter than Stationeers. Oh, come on. We all look like dwarves in this game. I know. Astroneers is more exploration based with science mixed in. I didn't have enough sheets. Whereas we're not really discovering anything here. We're just kind of just building. Yeah. Yeah. Depends on what ice you're putting in. It 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 would cool down your temperature and raise the pressure in it, but the best advice that I can give you if you're running into a volatile setup, throw in about 10 oxides and you'll be fine. It would lower the temperature just a little bit. It would lower the temperature, but it would raise your pressure above your maximum. At least it should. Yeah, that didn't do much.
Power low.
There we go. 48.6 at 829. Two more and you have it. You said you needed to be under 800 for a Waspaloy? Honestly, as long as you don't hit 60 megapascals, this thing doesn't explode. You're on the threshold. 5 more should do it. Oh. Yep. If it dips below 50, you just add another ice. In fact, you're about to get it right now. Boom. Got it. Now release that pressure before this thing explodes. You made 300. Okay, fair enough. No, that's fair. That's fair. Make a bigger batch. Yeah. And we don't really have a coolant gas that we can pump in. But the good news is he got it dealt with, and now he doesn't have to touch Waspaloy for a while. And hopefully by the time the next batch of Waspaloy needs to be made, he'll have an automated furnace where he won't have to worry about it. I'm sorry, but that thing being at 50 megapascals of pressure is fucking scary as shit. Okay, Space Builder. I can make us some hard suits. Do you want a hard suit now? Okay. Ixon, I know you're kind of out of the question, and so is John. So, I am gonna make our auto chips because that has saved our lives more than once on an occasion. I'm not gonna stop you if you want to make it now. Well, that's part of the reason why I like setting up the auto chip system. so that y'all guys don't have to freaking worry about the, I'm missing Astroloid. Did I pick that up? Got it. I picked up the Incanel, thinking it was a part of the recipe. Space Builder, could you make me 3 icy chips, please? If you're in that printer. I've got a pre-plan with Crimson in mind. You also need to like determine what color you're going to go as. Crimson's already stole your red, so you can't be red this time. Hey, Space Builder, you could be fluorescent pink this time. I knew he was gonna say that. It's not a transparent color unless you make it a transparent color, and you have to have a chromic. Do I have another ingot of steel in that locker? Yeah, I got it. I ran out of steel in the product. Our steel's... This is kind of the reason why I was saying if you wanted to redo the storage system after you were done with the furnacing, that would be like the appropriate time to do it, because now you're not in production of anything. Yeah. All right, print you out of color before I start working on the helmets. Once you're back out here. I just need to know what color you're gonna be so I can figure it out. You can go with the combination of colors too. I'm actually about to do that now. If you want, you can steal my color this time, because I'm gonna go with a different color this time. No, I'm going yellow this time. Yeah, that's fine. So do you want to work on the centrifuge system then? Or the sorting system for the centrifuge? I've the only thing I placed down is your deep miners. So there's iron right there. Okay. No, that's fair. I've got a rough idea of what I need, so it's not too particularly bad. I know you're going to want an outlet if we don't go with a storage system. Yeah, you're going to want storage in that room. If you want to figure out the temporary storage solution until we do the actual main storage solution, that would be a feasible thing, because you already like handle most of the storage across the base anyway. That's kind of your niche. Okay, you said you, you said you were going blue this time, so I'm gonna print you out a blue color before I. Oh, you took the iron. Okay. Were you condensing ingots? Is that what you were doing? Boom. 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 You were condensing ingots, I'm betting. I need to pop that into one of my auxiliary slots. Alright, I got the blue color for now. I'm gonna build my yellow color. I'm doing a little bit of a different color scheme this time. I usually go blue. So I wanna kind of switch it up where we're somewhat of a unique color scheme. And I might do that for everybody. I might do that for everybody, so we're all like, we got team colors, but we're all indicators of our own thing. Helmets. Ba, 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 ba. But yeah. Yeah, the only thing that you need to keep an eye on is what your CO2 content is. Yep. I think we have at least one grow light. Yeah. If you want, you could check that filtrator system outside and see what it's set to. And if it's set to oxygen, switch the filters out to carbon, and you can turn that system on to raise up the pressure. Because in reality, or in the long scheme of things, the way Stationeers handles breathable gases, you only need about 20 to 30% of oxygen content in that room. Yeah.
Filter low.
Okay. Jetpacks. Because, like, even if you push up the CO2 content in that room, you're gonna get a whole bunch of oxygen anyway, which we can recycle into our suits. Once we reach a maximum capacity of that room, then it's just filter or regulating that room. And I'm not too sure I didn't already set up an air conditioner in that room, but you can check. It's not... It... Yeah. Swap out that with that. Swap out that with that. That with that. Put my screwdriver. Oh. I only got 2 of the backpacks. I gotta turn on the generator again. The good news is for the coal that we are using majority of the power. So conveniently, we are keeping on that. We're using all of the available power that we can use, but we're not using everything. We are wasting a little bit. Okay. Backpacks dealt with. All right, I'm gonna set up out here and prop. Pink, yellow, blue, black, red. Okay.
Power critical.
God damn it. Have to cycle the airlock. Oh! We can make nuclear batteries. I might do that once I'm done with suits. Yes. Blue helmet. Blue backpack. Give me that back. Red helmet. Red backpack. Yellow helmet. Yellow backpack. I wish. Okay. Grab suit. Chip. Edit. Clear. Library. Suit control by hydro. Overwrite. Confirm. Export. Chip dealt with. Pop suit over here. Chip. Pop in. Export. Bloop. Suit 2 dealt with. Where's my third suit? There's my third suit. Suit. Chip. Export. Chip. Suit. Okay. Lock. 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 Grab the blue suit and one of the blacks on that one. Grab the yellow backpack. Pop that in there. Uh-oh. Lost a helmet. I've lost 2 helmets. Uh-oh. No, I have that. Oh, no, I got it. Never mind. Brain fried. And red suit. Okay. Grab the laptop, put that back in my inventory. Boop. 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 Figure out what I need for filters. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade your filters because I know we've been using ours for a while. Mine's stuck at 40% right now because we're in creative. CO2 filters. What do I need for you? I need Embar Stellites. Stellite. Embar. Pop these over to the side here where I can see them, but they're not in my main view. Gonna pop over to check out what's going on over here on these sides. Space builder is a space builder. Yes. You're ridiculous. Go to sleep. You're a weirdo. bum 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 na 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 na. Yeah, silver. Well, yeah. So what you're saying is now I have to go mining because none of you guys can do it. I'm gonna see. Can I? I'm gonna borrow this. I need to close some things. This is ridiculous. Can I label this? Oh. Can't name the jetpacks, though. You can name the hard suits and the helmets, but you can't name the jetpacks. If anybody was curious. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Bloom and bloom. Space Builder, are you staring at the wall? Oh, fair enough. If you need help, I'm right here. Your output is set to filtration. So see where it says your click? That is your current. Okay. It was set to cycle the grow light for me. On, I can set it up real quick. And that should frickin', that's the only problem with these. Yeah, that's gonna be a case scenario. Just, you'll need to have it double checked every time. But now your output variance should be the same. What do you got set up on your input here? Yep. Moderately well. Okay. Well, come here. Since you're done with that. Well, look to your left. In your jetpack, you will spot your suit and your helmet. Your helmet has been pre-locked. You already have filters. The only thing you need to do is transfer your power, your oxygen, your waste, and your nitrogen tanks. Okay? I'm not worried about the filters. The filters can be recycled later. All right? And what you can do is you can put your old suit in your old backpack. I'll pop crimsons in this container over here. Okay? You've been given the same color scheme as me. Just with the color that you opted for the playthrough.
Jetpack critical.
Yay. Did you make 200 asteroid? Or hasteloid? Oh, Amy. Or not Amy, Larry.
Waste tank critical.
Not that one.
Air tank critical. Power critical.
Okay. Suit. Helmet. Pop that off. Suit. Helmet. Jetpack. Where's gonna be a good place to store these right now? I think I'm just gonna have to backpack exception. Backpack. It's because our atmosphere is not correct. Because we downloaded a mod for logic sensors in our suit to tell us if we're in a hazardous environment. So now our suits are responding cordially to the environment that we live and breathe in. Now, obviously, that is not such a big issue because we can take our helmets off in this space and not suffer any consequences. But your suit is it's either in this suit or in this backpack or it's in the other backpack. So y'all have to juggle backpacks, but in that backpack is all of your stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said, grab your stuff, transfer it over, do what you gotta do. That yeah. Yeah. So hey, it's fair. We all get confused, but I mean, now you have your hard suit and it's color coded to you, so now I know who I'm talking to. Ixon's got that gray skin on him, and John's got a red skin on him, and they're both robots, so it's easy to tell them apart. But yeah, the eyes are a big deal because you have yellow eyes, and then yeah, that's the most optimal system. Yeah, it's more efficient than the timer system that we were using on Venus. The timer system was great because we didn't have that telltale sign of the sun in a cave. Be, yeah, the timer system was great for a cave, but it's not great for like here because we have the solar intensity already. Just putting it on during while it's on the daylight, they're gonna get enough sunlight to like propagate properly. Oh, Ixon, come here. Throw on Crimson suit until he gets in. It'll give you an extra light and a battery slot. That suit shouldn't use up any power because you are not what?
Power low.
It is going to give you you don't have any oxygen, you don't have any waste tank, you don't have a jetpack. But throwing the suit on also means that you'll have access to a light on top of your night vision. So kind of you take one and you take one with the other kind of thing. And you also have now extra backpack slots. Now, if you wanted to later on, you could go grab, or once Crimson gets online and steals the suit back from you, or steals the jetpack back from you, you could go you could go grab one of those jetpacks that we have, or we had, and put them on, or I can make you a hard suit jetpack. In fact, I might just go ahead and make you a hard suit jetpack, and you can keep that one for right now until Crimson gets on. Because I think you don't spawn. Yeah. Fair enough. I'm gonna make him oh, somebody stole all of the. Oh. No, I put it in here because I was making filters. No, it was me. at some point or another, it might be a good idea to reconsolidate the ingots again. I'm just making that real quick. What color are you? Are you gray? No, are you gray on your exoskeleton? Okay, I'm gonna paint your backpack gray. I don't think you need a suit, but the suit does come in handy for having an extra light or a battery slot for you. So at a particular point, if you want a hard suit and you can deal with the notification issues, we can set you up with one. And you don't need an isolation chip either. So I could go ahead and make that right now, and we can suffer the consequences about it later. What's up, Space Builder? Okay. Yeah, you're fine if you want to, like, openly talk to yourself. Oh, that's fair. Some... Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. But I also think I'm about to start working on power. And an auto charging system for the batteries. Or like super wind turbines or something. It's too bad we don't have the nuclear reactors yet. Of course, I could always just cheat us in a RTG and our power problems go away, but not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. But also, like, for instance, especially with Ixon, the suit thing, now he has the extra slots for, like, he has an extra slot for a battery he doesn't have to put in his backpack, for instance. Alright, even if he doesn't use any of the functions of the suit, he now has an extra battery slot. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Although with the suit now on a chip system, power should be less of a problem for you. I made sure because I include my well, yeah, that's inevitable. And that's true. All right, Ixon, Mir. Put Crimson suit back in his backpack. Yep. And trade me. No, that's fine. I'll even do you a favor. I'll transfer it while you're transferring over. Because I know you had a original backpack. So. All right. Bloop. And your suit is set up exactly like ours. It's got the black mane and then the gray. So. The only thing I didn't do was name your suit. So I might steal your suit later to name it. Okay. Let me grab your helmet real quick and your carcass. You can keep your backpack. I can't name those. It'll only take me a second. Oh, if I don't drop it out of my backpack real quick. Did you leave something in there? All right, it's no problem. I got it. And all right. Propellant tank. Helmet. Suit. And I'm not even, like, for you specifically, I wasn't even worried about putting the environment chip in. So that's even less of a power draw on you. Just make sure, like, if you put a battery in there, you're turning your filtration, AC, and air off. If it's not already off. I don't think I turned it off. So. And now you can carry, oh, we ran out of... I got it. It might even be worth it for you to, like, well, no. No, you want an extra large battery in there. I was about to say you could put a small battery in there if you're just gonna use it for the light, but it is a handy little feature that you have 2 battery slots, technically. Because you have your main power and then you have a suit backup. It also means if you want to get rid of the green or the night vision, I know you're used to it by now, you can. Hold on. Let me think about it here. Yeah. I'm also about to heavily produce into or I'm about to make a whole bunch of nuclear batteries. And I'm gonna put that on the I'm gonna put that on a transformer, but on its own separate circuit, so it can pull the maximum charge capacity that it can possibly pull. Because nuclear batteries are a pain in the ass to charge. More or less, yes. Although I think there's two ways that I'm gonna go about this. Now that I have stellite, I can make heavy solar panels, which means I don't have to repair any more solar panels. And two, I can make the tracking solar panels pretty easily. I'm gonna combine all of these elements together. I think it's been a while since we've done an actual compression of the ingots. So what's next on your goal list, Nixon? I saw the gold. Okay. I've got all of the ingots compressed, I think. Copper over there. Iron. Start moving that stuff out of your locker and into the... No, we're using steel now, and we're about to start pulling steel back from our base to, or pulling back iron to make steel. Okay. So, iron, we have 1.79 or 1.19 or 1.17 kilograms. Gold, we are at 2.16. Copper, we are a little bit low on at 178 grams. Yeah. Yeah. Steel, we're at 2.92 kilograms. Electrum, we're at 851 grams. Envar, we're a little low on 556. Constantan, we're low 428. Solder, we're at 910. Silicon is a low side, which is 156. Waspaloy is at 268, which we don't use a lot of. Stellite is 143. Inconel is 100. Hastelloy is 200. And Astroloy is at 170. Just to give you a rough idea of where we're sitting, because I've condensed. Okay. Okay, yeah, copper's good. Copper's good for a little while. We make a lot of cables, especially when I get in the mood for a cable apocalypse. Oh, my suit's about to run out of power. Look, I don't want to hear from you. Mr. Puns. You're not punny anymore. You're pretty up there, mister. I get to say that because I have been your friend for a very, very long time. Okay, I've kind of cleaned out your ore locker. Ugh. Yeah. Which yeah. I think you and that air conditioner are the only thing drawing power at this point. Your entire system needs to be set up on a transformer at some point, but we don't have the infrastructure yet. Yeah. Well, the next big stage, unless you want to focus on power and let me return to the centrifuge escapades. Yeah, because you and I have a very similar power setup, so. Yeah, because that's pure electricity, you dum-dum. You are not... You are highly conductive. I'm surprised you didn't combust. Nah. He was getting that shock therapy from Greg Tech again. I know. Yeah, thankfully we don't have to worry about that. Yeah. The skinny guy. I know who you're talking about. The, you know, if that actually happened in real life, so you got your ass kicked by a 12-year-old. That has got to be the worst way to be a criminal. Oh. Okay. Okay, we're back up on juice again. You're not sleeping in that damn pot again, are you? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. I forgot what I was doing. Centrifuges. That's right. Centrifuging! And watch all of the ingots go all over the floor. Because we have more ingots than we have space for. Centrifuge. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Oh, Space Builder, if you wanted to, trade. Well, you're not allowed to take a break. You hear this guy? That's because it's a droid sleeper, not a human sleeper. Well, then make one. I wasn't. That's because we haven't built the rooms yet. I hope you understand. I'm being a smartass. uh, no. No. Nobody thought that. Son of a bitch! I despise both of you right now. When did that happen? I don't remember that. I'm surprised nobody clipped that, to be honest. Oh yeah, that's all I need is spicy rocks. Yeah, it's got a See, this is why I will never invite you to like do anything with me chemically in the real world. I'm afraid both of you would try to blow me up. Yeah, you'd say that, and then you would immediately try to do it. I need more cables. And electronic parts! I could go grind down John. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna be the scrapper guy in Astroneer. Oh God, again? How many electronic parts did I need of those for those? 4. No, it's not over 9,000. Get out of here, Vegeta. Nope, I closed the locker. You know what? I'm done with your puns right now. Shush. Shush you. Okay. First, auto miner up. Now I need some cables. Some cables. So it's time for cable apocalypse. Because we all knew. Never mind. The power has denied me my cable apocalypse. Power's back on. It has begun. We like our cable apocalypses here, don't we, boys? Now you have to agree or you're kicked out of the Cool Kids Club. Okay, okay. It was a mini cable apocalypse. No. If I wanted the base to explode, I'd start the auto miners now. But I am going to have to make a shoot apocalypse. All the shoots. All the shoots. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba. Shoots. Which is spelled shoots. Alright, I'm making shoot apocalypse. It is a go. Not happening. Apparently people did not get the message yesterday. Oh, you know, the typical bots. Kick. Don't stare at my chutes like that. They're my chutes. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. No, I want it to go that way. This should be easy to modify. I have to make sure that the chutes aren't going nuts in there. I'm sure they are, but... Are you the... You're the output, aren't you? You're the input. Got it. I put you on the wrong side. Well, maybe not. Because we can still walk under that. That should be pretty applicable, I would assume. Yeah, I can walk under it, so it must be fine. Ixen, do you want to start making lockers out in this room? That's fair. Shoot, outlet. I've got us set up in such a manner that I think we might be ready to run power to this.
Power low.
I'm actually tempted to make it to where this is solo or powered on its own circuit. Its own battery system, its own circuit and everything. So just so that we don't have to worry about it stopping. So what I'm gonna do here actually is gonna work out in our favor and will allow well, like in the case of you accidentally messing up formulas, should allow us... I need more basic kit shoots. There we go. Should allow us to get that the reagent dealt with. Is it called Shredder? No. Recycler. With the ingots being dealt with. Oh, we're out of power. Okay, so all right, Ixon. Shredder put down in the wrong spot. Got a shredder there. Actually, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. And I'm gonna make these windows. So we can actually see what's going in there. Boom. No, I'm building our centrifugal system. Probably not. No. Oh. Electrum. Oh. Steel. What else did I need? Silicon and stellite. Oh, I didn't add the steel and electrum. I can't make the batteries yet. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick while these batteries build. I'm starting to think I'm sweating out more energy than I'm actually putting into anything. Because this is now the second night in a row that I've stared at a sandwich or the items to make a sandwich and gotten hungry. I ate dinner before I even came online. No, that's the problem. I've been drinking. Like, I've been drinking water, I've been drinking my tea, I've been drinking everything. There's an inlet there. Yeah. Well, that's our own problems. Well, 9 times out of 10, like we were talking the other night about having the ADHD issues and whatnot. When we get into a strive of things and we start actually doing what we want to do, we lose track of what we're actually supposed to be doing. You know, like in the case of you not getting hungry because you're not getting hungry. It's, or you're eating when you're not hungry. I knew what I was trying to say. It took me a minute to wrap my words around it. Would you quit pushing me? Actually, I think it's kind of the reverse. I think he's bumping into me and pushing his own buttons. I've had that happen too many times to count. I have never watched Konosuba, so I wouldn't know. I should watch Konosuba. I have never watched Konosuba. Oh. No, I get it. I get it. Wait, what? I never thought I would have this conversation because I didn't think you were interested enough in anime to actually have this conversation. What the fuck, Space Builder? You should talk more about that. Of course, there's a lot of weird stuff. I mean, also in fairness, this is the same streaming people that also talk about looting mods in Skyrim and Starbound. So, there's not much to be beckoned there. I'm just saying. I did. It wasn't for the women, I can tell you that. Although there are some pretty fucking fine women in that game. I'm looking at you, Carlotta. Yeah, you have to be a little bit degenerate from time to time. I'm just saying. Like, I explored some of the mods around Skyrim, and I'm like picking and choosing what I want for my load list. And I found one, basically you had, well, we'll put it as simple. You had saved somebody, and then that came to bite you in the ass, basically. And now you've been captured by the enemy, and now they want to know why you did it, and you're being tortured for it. It's a Skyrim mod. It's back when torture was acceptable. Okay, I've gotten 2 batteries for the centrifuge system. Yeah. There are times and places, like right now we're having a conversation. Obviously, you wouldn't mention this at the dinner table with your 87-year-old grandmother. You know, that's just not something you do. But, like, we're having a casual conversation. We're not talking about anything explicitly, like, sexual in nature, you know. But also, we understand, even at this day and age, that it's a little bit more accepted amongst the gaming community. We're a little bit more open about it. Or grandparents. Or grandparents. But like I'm not going to tell you the description of what I'm doing in Skyrim. Nobody needs to know that. That is a bedroom thing. That is a I got some special me time thing. Okay, I don't want to know what you play on your games. If you enjoy the sex in Cyberpunk, enjoy the sex in Cyberpunk. As long as you're not telling me about it, I'm fine. And they see a guy in their underpants because you're watching Katako Hitman Reborn. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, we can talk shit all we want about it, or talk about it, as long as we're not being descriptive about what's actually going on. I feel like it's an okay conversation to have. Okay, like I found it I found it funny, or haha funny, that I had an outfit conundrum in Skyrim where all of the people got their outfit changed and everybody's thing was out in the open public, like everybody can see it. But that is like, oh shit, I installed something wrong and now everything's broken. Yeah. No, no, I'm sorry, but that was a total installation failure on my part. I didn't mean for that to happen. It just so happened that it happened. Um, oh, I don't know if you're, well, I was about to make a couple of transformers and some wind turbines. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else I need out here. We've got our solar shields. It's not actually a solar shield, it's just glass. You put up storage. You've also put up an ore deposit container system. Yeah. No, I need to actually cause a cable apocalypse now. Because I'm gonna put this this system dedicated on a heavy line. So I'm gonna go the full 25,000 watts because this line is expandable. Oh no, I was gonna use the small transformers. Those are like, I use those for batteries. Oh, okay. You're building the dual layered power system. Well, I've got 2 batteries out there right now. Obviously, if they start depleting, then we'll have to look at other option or alternative options on how to get more redundant power into that system. But those cables are rated for 100,000 watts, so, or somewhere around that. Okay. Are you doing solar tracking or just flat panels? Okay. I figured I'd ask. If it's solar tracking, then having them on the same line's not going to hurt anything. Because the solar panels are not going to be a big enough issue. Now, if you had a whole bunch of them and then the wind turbines, yeah, you might want to divide that system. But as long as it doesn't breach the 100,000 during a storm, it should be fine. So, and you're making what, 5? Let me see. Yeah. Doesn't actually tell me what the wattage intake is. So, but yeah, if you're going to do the layered system anyway, just for that added safety of we can add more to it, then yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not focused on the power systems or the input power. I'm focused on the output power right now because you're working on the input. I gotta step away for a second. Oh, nice. Nice. Twitch is supposed to if you hit the notification bell. Yeah, YouTube is supposed to notify you, but they don't do a very good job of it. Yeah. 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 Now, some people have returned on occasion too. Like Creative Luck hasn't seen us since our last Stationeers stream, so. And then Darth has been a reoccurring person in the Twitch chat even while I was offline. I think he was keeping up with Discord, honestly. So he knew when I was coming back. That's why I tend to try to push the Discord as much as I can without being too invasive. Like I don't have links on my page because that's how you get raider bots and stuff. But there is a way that you can get the link, and it's relatively easy. I'm sure you two know that command like off the top of your head because many other Twitch streamers use it. So my personal bot can. I'm not sure about Stream Elements or I think Streamlabs can. Yeah. That also the difference between how I run Discord than compared to everybody else is I still do everything manually. So it's still a two-factor situation because now if I know you've been a part of my stream, like Darth or Creative Luck, if they join the Discord, I know who to expect. You know, if a bot joins in the middle of the night while I'm not live, then I'm gonna look at it and ban them on site. Now, there's occasions where certain people have gone out of their way to get onto Discord when I wasn't live, and if I know their username in Discord, it's not a big deal. Or if they have a very similar name on their Discord as their Twitch username, not a big deal. But most of the chat bots that run through Kick and Twitch, most of them don't even run commands. Not. Yeah. Because if they start trafficking too much information, then that it's susceptible for them getting banned. Yep. Well, because the Discord, yeah, the Discord links also route you through a browser and then into the app, so they have to have an account. And who's gonna sit up there and make 1 million Discord accounts for 1 million bots? No, I run it through all through roles. You have to have a role to interact with the channels. If because of my stinginess to actually antiquate a bot into my Discord chat, I'm still paranoid about like AI systems. Yeah. That sometimes can be a little bit personal, in my opinion. Yeah, and the Discord that you've been running for the modding API or for Minecraft and whatnot is more of a community Discord than anything. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things. What risk are you willing to take to either drive your community away or keep them together? So, I still do everything manually on Discord, but it's because I don't want to fuck around with a bot. And two, I don't want to be that a stingy person and have to require a phone number to access my Discord. Now, obviously, there are certain channels that are limited. I think you can see the welcome channel if you're a new person in Discord. and maybe my announcements, but the announcements should be locked to anybody below moderation or admin status. I think it's mostly admin. You have to have an admin access, or you can't access that, or you can't type in that chat, basically. I don't know. Ixon, can you type in that chat? Because I'm not even sure if I have that set up for moderation team. I know mainly admins have access to my stream announcements chat. Oh, well, I can check the permissions. Server admin. Server admin has access to write to both stream and announcements chat. Which, honestly, at this point, you've been keeping an eye on the Discord. Ixon, you've been promoted to admin status. Because I know you check it daily. But I also know if something were to happen, you'd be the first one to notice something was up. So it's kind of one of those things. Like I put people that I trust in the admin into the admin box. Like Eric's been in the admin box. Brute has been in an admin box, mainly because I'm also an admin over on his chat as well. And I think Civil has admin privileges. Space Builders has admin, and so does Crimson. So, like, if I know I can trust you, which I trust these people pretty much with everything. I know, especially with the Discord conundrum, when my account got hacked, Space Builder was the first one to say, "Hey, something's up." But yeah, John noticed. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they logged me out, so I didn't know anything had happened until I woke up. Okay, so I didn't have control access of the Discord. Whoever had my account at the time, whoever or whatever had my account at the time did. But it didn't stop everything. Obviously, there were a whole bunch of messages sent out about that stupid fucking nitro shit. But it did lock my account. And it seemed to only go after friends list. So, yeah. Now I remember the first time I got hacked, they were posting messages in every direct chat that they could access. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the benefit of it is both my partner and Civil have my direct phone access. They have my phone number. So they were the first ones to jump on text messages. Hey, bro, you've been hacked on Discord. So, well, I didn't know what had happened with the Discord. When I woke up, I saw the text messages and I was like, what the fuck? It's kind of the reason why I've been a little bit more paranoid lately too. If you've I in my Twitch chat or Twitch title used to be that Discord tag. It's no longer there. I removed it. All right. I didn't disable the invite link, but the you still have to go through a verification to get access to the Discord anyway. All right. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was something I downloaded or what, or somebody got lucky and cracked my password or got through F2A. I don't know what the fuck happened, but they got through F2A, which is a big sign that something happened. Whether it was a backup security code or something. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. So I've been a lot more cautious with that because of like I only trust where I download stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So I've always used the I like I like the comfortability of having the Discord open without having a certain browser tab open. Um Two, it's made it easier to keep in contact with like my community or other people that want to get in contact with me. My partner is on my Discord. My partner contacts me more through Discord than we do through text message. That's the main reason why I use the Discord client not only on my computer, but I also have it connected to my phone. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Your firewall will prevent more through the client than just running it through your browser. Not saying that your browser's insecure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I used to do and I should start doing again um is keeping access on my phone where I have the all of the information stored because you're less likely to be able to hack a phone's OS. Now, it can be done. It can be done. Most people, yeah, yeah, yeah. But I I haven't had nearly as many issues on uh Android as I've had on Windows. All right. I've had more issues on Windows than I care to give a crap about. All right. My phone has been my central banking hub and everything. So I'm very protective of that when it comes to the security. I've got like 13 different types of security on that device because it's such a vital thing to have. Like, I'm very protective of my phone, whereas my computer, yeah, I have a firewall. Yes, I have certain programs to beef up said firewall. I've ensured that the robustness of not only my router here in the trailer has its own firewall protection, but the house, the router in the main house has its own firewall protection. All right, everything gets routed through a firewall, which makes it harder for people to gain access to those types of systems. Now, years ago, back when Windows 10 was still in development and back when Windows 7 was still very much a product on the market, I used to go deep diving into Windows files to see if I could close some of the back doors that they had. And it was somewhere around 5 to 6 back doors were closed effectively every time there was an update. Because I'd get close to closing like 6 or 7, and then they'd update, and those doors would open back up, basically. But to close, you can't close every door, if that makes sense. There's numerous amounts of back doors in these OSs. The more you close those doors, the less likely you're to have issues. I haven't been doing that on Windows 11. All right. I didn't do that very much on Windows 10. Windows 7 I had in the back of my hand. I got really close to closing numerous amounts of back doors in Windows 7. And those security vulnerabilities were also in Windows 8. But I take my security fairly seriously. So I don't know necessarily how they got in. I don't want to speculate it on too much longer. Oh, do you need anything else? Okay. But yeah, I got it's kind of those things where, you know, you become so paranoid about something, it's almost effectively dooming yourself to a life of misery. And I got tired of it. Like, I'd close up 2 doors and then freaking Microsoft would be like, oh, hey, there's another update. Oh, hey, there's another update. Fuck. Means those doors are back open again. So, it's not for everybody. It's not. But take your account security very, very seriously. Activate F2A. Even if it does get hacked, it means that you're less likely to get hacked. Have your security codes in a safe place where it may be off network. A USB drive, as dated as it may seem, is, and if it's a good USB drive, is a very good way to keep your security at pro bono status. Okay, I'm about to start another. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I can't say for sure. I haven't really delved into Android's backdoors. Yep. Even Authenticator can get hacked, so it's not surprising. Yeah. Yep. 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 Or go to a 12-phase password like I have. Where you have so many fucking characters that it's not going to be even possible for you to crack it in 12 million years. I started going into the... Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's also a good idea. It's like have it physically written down like somewhere like, oh, I don't. Yeah. Yep. Because now they got to close all of those accounts and stuff and whatnot. So. No. Well, and that's also the reason why I've stopped saving passwords in browsers. Like I'm not worried about, you know, if God forbid it actually happened, but like the modding sites, for instance. The modding sites don't have any information worth actually hacking for. Yep. Yep. Okay. Got that. But, yeah. Take your security very seriously, people. It can be a pain in the ass to try to recover your accounts and stuff. I know, I just did it recently. Yep. Yeah. That's the reason for switching to passphrases, or not passphrases, but 12 phase passwords and password managers and Yeah. But also, in the likely scheme of things, most people are not going to go through that length. Tedious. Yeah. Alright, I got 2 input lines out for you so you can see them. Ixon. I figured give you an idea of where the batteries are by throwing out some cables. Do you want me to do that while you're... I need... Yeah. I'm just gonna make a few more frames real quick. Yeah. Well, right there where you put that one right there. That was fine. Okay, my input line is there. So I want you there, and then you there. I need some more heavy cables, but I got that covered. And that should cover you for both sides, right? Okay. Yeah. I need to get up and get another drink. Alright, and we want to pull the full 50,000 watts out of these lines. Basically, we want to give it as much ability to pull as much power as it can without busting that line. All the transformers are here for are basically the circuit breakers. They transfer the 240 to 120 and likewise into the batteries. That's all they're used for. We might be getting another storm soon, so you, do you need... IC logic or regular logic for the solar? Okay. I'll start printing the... I'm gonna do regular logic. Okay. We'll feed a recurring line back into that. I'll figure out a way to get you a transfer line so that you have a, I got it. I know what we need. I'm gonna put an APC down for the logic gates. Make it a separate circuit. That's actually easier to do. I have your heavy cable, by the way. Here you are. Bum. Where is area power controller area? I need some solder. Oh, I didn't need 2 of those. Damn it. Our 2-phase system for the batteries is also expandable, thankfully. So. Okay, so. Power that way. And then that leaves us space to get, that leaves us space to get the logic set up. I'm gonna do regular chips. I'm not gonna worry about doing fancy smancy yet. We can upgrade that system. Alright. I need... You're gonna need my help regardless, because the desync is also affecting IC chips. Or not IC chips, but the pins. Where are my logic chips? Logic. I need a memory.
Power critical.
Logic processor. And 4 of those logic IOs. And then sensor, I need 1 of those. Where's the data port centered on that? Memory. Is it a math unit? I think it's a math unit. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've done a logic gate setup like this. I've done that too. I think I did that in Starbound. Okay. Get in my pocket. No, I'm trying to put things in my pocket. Da-da-da. You're fired. Eh. Hey! No, no. Dun, 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 dun. I'm a dum-dum. That should be good. Actually, don't need anything on that. The last time he said anything, he said he had to work. So. I do not. I hope he does. Just the same as I would like John to come on, but I could pop him a message real quick. I gotta find him in my list because my list got all rearranged when I'll message him on Oh, thank you. I'm only trying to do logic out here. Storm. Oh shit. We're not actually getting any input power. Okay. You got it in the right, in the right amount of time. I was about to steal one of the cables that you had laid for the solar panels just to get that connected. It's all good. We got it figured out. Now to not drop my tools in the storm. Connected. I know why we're not receiving power. Betting I need to turn those batteries on. They haven't been built yet, and I need a cable for the battery charger too. Heavy's on the list right now. Okay. Blue. Oh, you're building the battery. Vertical. This one's horizontal. Yep. I don't know if I absolutely need the math yet. And I'm not going to be able to tell that until I got sunlight. Okay, so in here has been a problem. I know where it's a problem. I just gotta patch those holes. It's the debore miners. They're not sealed on that side. Oh yeah, no, you're not being affected by the thing. Now it's sealed, so but you're not being affected. You're being affected by the wind, but you're not getting the damaging effects. And with it sealed now, then we don't have to worry. The next that output for the power needs to be set at its max for the transformer. Pop that in there. Oh. $25,000. Confirm. Yeah. No, I pressed a button. I pressed a button when I was going through the the labeler. Wrong screen. Well, should we activate these and find out? Those batteries are nearly full. And once the sun's out, I'll get it all configured and we shouldn't have that issue. So here we go. Down that goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Let's go ahead and get that started. Oh, Ixen. Reagent. You can throw that in this system now and see what happens. Yeah. Now you see why I put them on their own power source. It's insanity. Get that to 90. There's an easy solution to this. I've got the solar sensor backwards. It's okay. It's an easy, easy fix. It's just replacing the solar sensor on the right angle. And then this one needs to be the horizon. This should fix it right quick. No, it won't. I got it. This is the kinks with certain aspects. It's getting this damn solar sensor placed correctly. Vertical. That should be working as intended. Vertical. Sorry, I had it set on the wrong setting. Actually, I don't think I need to change that. Would you be shocked to find out that I didn't need the math or memory unit? That's a... Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. It's about 10,000 at their full capacity. So that line is drawing in about 50,000 watts of power. Hey, Brute! Thank you for the subscription for 19 months! Oi! We're doing science stuff. How you doing, Brute? No, not tonight. That's Sunday nights only. At least for the moment. Turns out
Power low.
I needed that math unit after all. That's 465 watts. 75. 81. And we're about to lose the solar panel. Getting ready for mecha break? Well, have fun with that. So we're about a 99 efficiency with the solar panels, which means they should be on the right rotations now. So power's not an issue. And we got our first rounds of grams of ores. Yep. Look at the little display below the power button. Yeah. You want to grab that reagent and throw it into the shredder? Might as well get those materials back. That's why I built that redundancy into that line, so that we had that ability. It might take it a minute to get processed, though. Right now, I have it flowing into this room. But I mean, like at a certain point or another, this will eventually be connected to a larger storage system. So, but for the moment, it's not like we can't rush in here and like repack everything into our backpacks or something. Yeah. 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 I'm not opposed. You'll have to run the battery line through that wall right there. That's where your obstruction's gonna come in because you have to pass by this conveyor. So, but I think I did it on the divide line for the. Yeah, I did it on the divide line. So. The only issue that we're going to have is we'll need to disconnect the coal generator and move it. Because this is an input, or this is an output line, and those two should not cross. Okay. If we're gonna do that, let's get some cables wrapped up and we can turn off the generator now because the battery is full. Alright, disconnecting power generator. So here's what I'm thinking. You start from one side, I'll start from another, and we'll route it together. Just leave it on for now, because I'm gonna need cables too. And the more cables that we have, it's not gonna be too bad. Honestly, we'll use them anyway. It's not gonna be too much longer before we head off. We got about 30 minutes. I did give Crimson a message, but I don't think he's gonna bop in before we go offline. So, we'll catch him some other time. I'm sure once he realizes that we're back to being alive again and streams are going well. I'm gonna be honest. He's probably playing Dune, and he did say that Dune was gonna like change his change how he played games. So, oh, you're doing it that way. Yeah. If anybody's not cooking anymore, it's Crimson. Oh. You got to it before I did. Main base has a secure power source. Wait. That is a good question. I don't have that open right now because I restarted my computer earlier today. It's been a little bit cooler today, so I'm sitting at about 92. So, but we're also playing a fairly non-intensive game too, so like even though Space Engineers does seems like it's intensive, it's really not. Like, I have a feeling I would have more of a hard time playing Icarus, which means that if we ever decided to play Icarus again, I might be able to do 2 platforms, but I'm not going to be able to do 3. Not in this heat. If it was dead winter, I wouldn't be worried about it. You're also encoding. That's pulling from everywhere in the base. That's including the greenhouse, which has the highest priority systems. It should be fine. The solar should keep up with the discharge rate. The only thing that I would add to it is once you get the ability to add a few more, but honestly, like, yeah. Yeah. Which, for those who are curious, 100 degrees Celsius is about 200, almost 200 degrees Fahrenheit. It's melting temperatures. Yeah. Yeah. In fairness, I was playing a fairly graphical game at that point. I was playing Skyrim on steroids. Well, okay. Think about it like this. I was playing a mod collection called Elder Gleam. Elder Gleam is texture based. All right. And all of those textures are being rendered at 4K. Yeah. You have a program running. Your CPU to the ground. If you're using Opera or Chrome, it might be that. Okay. Do you have your graphics card fan on? Liquid cold. Okay. Is your CPU AIO or liquid? AIO liquid. Okay. What is most likely happening is that that liquid has heated up to a point where it's keeping your temperatures hotter. Yep. Yep. That would be doing it. I'm suffering the same consequences with a different type of obstruction. Okay, I'm air cooled. You're liquid cooled. We're in high heat zones. Yours is a thermal battery. So not only are you keeping those higher temperatures, you're also retaining those higher temperatures for a longer period of time. Yeah. 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 Bum, ba, da, ba, na, 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 na. Okay. You're retaining heat. It wouldn't be so bad if you weren't retaining heat, but you're retaining heat, and that's what's causing you to be in your upper temperatures. Because it's true. Yeah. Yeah. The higher the airflow, the better for you. I don't have a fan controller, so I can't control my fans. Not off the CPU, or not off the motherboard, basically. Yeah. It has a built-in fan controller, okay? Quit being so scientific about it. I know. Yep. Well, like I don't have a fan controller. The 3 pins, yeah. And they came with a freaking case. I should replace them at some point. Yeah. Oh well, and I probably should at some point or another think about getting a non-stock CPU cooler. But I haven't really had the opportunity to go and like look at new coolers. They're not. And I'm about to upset them again. I'm I'm upsetting them because I just disconnected the solar sensor again. Daylight sensor. Oh, hold on. I might have had it set up wrong. Yeah, it's a little bit of trial and error when you get the opportunity. No, I'm out of power. I need to go get a battery. I mean, in fairness, we've stayed pretty damn charged, so. It's gonna be a minute. What we may end up actually doing is turning off the drills for a little bit and letting it cycle through. Of course, in doing so, I'll leave one on. Station number 2 is off the clock. Should probably put up some signs and call them Station 1 and Station 2. These batteries are also in sequence right now. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate chatbots? Yep. I already did. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit our time limit for tonight. And Ixon gets to try his new bed. Don't forget to take your suit off. All right. So, with that said, there are plenty more things to come. We will. I want to say we'll be live tomorrow, but I don't know. I'm extremely exhausted. What I may do, and since we're not really rushing to complete TerraTech Worlds, might take a day off. Come back to it next week. Kind of take it slow, kind of experiment with the game, and then go from there. No, I'm gonna sleep in. Yeah. And well, it's kind of one of those things. If I'm not gonna get to sleep right now, which I'm almost suspecting I'm not, considering that I'm sweating down my back, then there's no point because I'll sleep through my alarm. I'm gonna pause my music so everybody can kind of hear me right now. Because I can't even hear myself think. So what we're gonna kind of do here, tomorrow is gonna be a little bit different. We're not gonna stream tomorrow morning, which I know is a big deal. But what we might do instead is do more of an evening stream where we can put a little bit more time into. That'll mean at 6:30 rather than at 8:30, because I don't know where to head with this recording session I've got going on, so I've kind of been like taking a break from it. Yeah, I'm banging my head against the wall, and I'm just like frustrated with it. So I'm gonna take a break from that and kind of just go with the flow. Maybe tomorrow do some TerraTech Worlds in the evening time rather than in the morning. See how it does then, and then we'll be back on Thursday evening because I'm not doing the Thursday morning stream because I don't have any plans for Thursday morning. And Thursday evening we'll be doing something. I don't know what the plan is. We'll figure it out as we go along. It might be more Stationeers because we didn't get a Stationeers last week, or it might be something completely new, or something completely different, or something that we don't normally do, like maybe a creative, or maybe getting into a creative world on Space Engineers and building for a couple of hours or something. I don't know. But Thursday evening we'll have a stream. Don't know what it is, but we'll figure it out. TerraTech Worlds tomorrow, 6:30 CST to 11:30 CST, unless it's hot. If it is hot, I will post in Discord at the start time and the end time. If it is any later than 9:30, it'll be a 3-hour stream. So keep that in mind. And then if we don't do anything on Thursday evening, then it'll be Space Engineers on Sunday, which we desperately need to get back on the hook on that because I didn't get to stream it this weekend, at least as far as I remember. Well, you can't. You can't stream it without me. Oh my god. Somebody give me a gun. You coming, Nixon? Yeah. If I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. I want to see if Crimson's down to do Astroneers. I want to get you on board, but I feel like I need to give you time to like get like some reviews or watch some videos. Okay. Yeah. Um. Mm, yeah. I feel like I've been avoiding Astroneer for a while. Um. I did not like the game when it launched. I looked at it and I watched a couple of people play it and I was like, no, I'm not touching that. It's too cutesy for me. But after watching some other people play it after a few years of development, you know, now I can say, okay, cute space game might be up my alley. It's it's casual. Stationeers, space engineers, you know, yeah. Yeah, you were saying narrative. It has a more of a narrative content than that. And like Space Builder said, it's a lot more casual than what we have been doing. Cuz we're actually doing physical rocket science in Stationeers, and space engineers we're doing mechanical engineering. Yeah. 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 So it's gonna be interesting once we get to play it. We've got a few more ideas for multiplayer content coming up. Brood has talked about doing some Halo, so he's really down to play some Halo. And then let's see. I'm thinking here. Uh, Star Citizen's not on my list right now. Um, we've got some community games as well. I've got Among Us on Epic. Spaghetti actually talked about doing Overcooked with us, so that'd be interesting. Um, there's Lockdown Protocol. There's Uno and some other things we're thinking about. So, Brute also wants to host another Halo Games Night where we play a little bit more of the casual multiplayer, team deathmatch kind of things. It is, it can be a little bit competitive, but more often than not, we're playing for shits and giggles. So, trying to think. Besides Astroneer, like what's the main games that we're playing? We've got Palworld, which is finally in a good spot, I want to say. I don't know. What would be your experience with that, Ixon? You've been playing it more than I have. Yeah. Dungeons and collecting. Yeah. 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 Your legendary abilities and whatnot. Your, yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah. It's been on my list. I'm waiting for a few more updates. I've been waiting for a few more updates because of my incessant ability to build giant rovers. Um, I I'm waiting for wheels because I want to see what sizes they come in and what they're doing with wheels. I know the physics is going to be a little bit wonky, but you know, without planets, it's kind of hard to judge the physics. It's possible. I mean, they literally just handed us the tools to do so. Yeah. Um, but Space Engineers 2 content is kind of it's a little bit lackluster because we can't do multiplayer on it yet. And I'm not throwing the bus under or I'm not throwing Keen under the bus and I'm not saying people need to create mods for it or anything like that. It's just we like player or group focused content with Space Engineers. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's been rumors there's been rumors that they've moved multiplayer up. Now, how true that is, I don't know. But they've moved it up on the scale so that they could get a baseline form like Steam friends could join each other. Yeah, yeah. If yeah, yeah. Well, they don't want to release server content and then have to change all that infrastructure either. So the say player saves is not a big deal when you look at the grand scheme of things, because player saves can go through multiple renditions before actually being corrupted or cracked, for lack of a better term. Um, but like we do hosted dedicated saves here when it comes to Space Engineers and Stationeers. Stationeers has been more reliable on dedicated host rather than a server because we had a ton of issues with server related content. Um, because modding's essential. a lot of the mod authors are probably eating this up right now because they can finally work on something for Space Engineers too. I know I have a feeling that the weapon core team is already hard at work developing their next weapon core. Yeah. Eh, I'm also gonna I'm also gonna throw this out there. I feel like Space Engineers 2 modding is probably easier than the originals. Cause like yeah. Yeah, it's very transparent. I mean like yeah. Well, that and in that and in combination of making your own models in Blender, you know, it does have a little bit more sight to behold because now people can take their creativity to the next limits, basically. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. Um, Speaking of Power World, um, but with the modding API, I feel like you know people like me, people like you, even people like Splitsy who haven't been interested in modding before can get into it relatively easy now. It is not as complicated as say Space Engineers 1 modding or some of the C++. Yeah. Yeah. Which yeah. Yeah, he's in Pal World. He's on his vengeance mode. Yeah, because you didn't have much of an opportunity before you had to pop online for this, so. Save it, exit. Okay, we are resaved and everything, and the world is back to normal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're going to call it a night, but the fun doesn't stop there. We will be back probably tomorrow at 6:30 CST, but keep an eye out on Discord. Things may change. I'm not going to make... we do. I believe Brute's on. Brute's not on Kick though, and well, there's no rating on on YouTube, so. But we will be rating out to Brute on Twitch. If you are on our Kick stream, thank you for hanging out with us. We will see y'all guys next time, and that applies to YouTube as well, gentlemen.